What's going on, Adam? Good to see you. This good. Perfect. Didn't want her to mess that up. Sometimes when I change the setting from the snowy moon default, messes with the game capture, but did not this time, luckily. Welcome to day 19 of a long hauling heavy equipment, y'all. Happy Friday, everybody. It is the weekend. Thank goodness. Today, y'all, we're hauling this lift truck weighing in at 118,500 pounds. Taking it up to Great Falls, Montana. Expected to get there between Monday 6:51 p.m. and Tuesday 4:51 a.m. Gonna make $298,140. quite a bit of traffic, y'all. Truck setup depends on what you want to include in that, Adam. Sorry, my YouTube pop-out chat just appeared on me over there. Gotta have it up on the phone. Moza trucking bundle, because I ordered it directly from Moza, so I had to pay like international shipping, all that stuff. I think that was like close to $100 alone. So I think it came out close to 800 for the wheel setup, a little like 700 and something, 800 on the max end of it. And then I know if you piece it out, it comes out to that just about, I believe. Now it's been some months since I did that comparison before I bought the bundle, because we ordered that November 30th and got it in December 30th. But it comes with the truck mount. That's how the truck wheel has the angle it does. We're running the R5 wheelbase, Moza TSW, truck mount, and then we got the pedals, sim dashboard, so the iPad, brand new, it was $1,000. And we've got another iPad we use occasionally, but my girlfriend uses that one. That one's hers, but whenever she's not using it, sometimes we'll throw the sim dashboard up just to have the speedometer here in front of us. But yeah, if you're just talking wheel and that stuff alone, depending on where you get it from, you can get it anywhere from around 600 if you can find it local, you know, US. You can find it for the bundle. I think like Apex was selling it for 550 as well. I'm not sure where they're out of, but I love it, I really do. And they're constantly releasing updates, y'all, so like I just had one for the TSW wheel. Had to redo some things because it reset a couple of my settings, but it also added a ton, so that's really neat. And you get access to the Moza Pit House, which to me is like my favorite thing about the whole deal, just because you have so much customization with that, whether it be the color of your buttons, how your force feedback is, and that gets pretty in-depth there. That was also another huge point of it for me wanting to get it for the stream. But if you include, you know, PC, monitor, all this stuff, then you're gonna get up there. Just talking about the wheel setup, not too bad. But once we throw a $500 shifter in here and then the several $100 button box, then again it's gonna jump up. So we'll be sitting at like $2,000 for just the wheel setup, you know, not the computer and all that stuff. Which is just wild to think about. I'm hoping we can get a good sale for the one, the AB9 force feedback shifter. I was gonna go with a different one, but after talking with people within the community here in chat, looked into it, and that is definitely the one I want to wait to get. yellow truck let me over. And in case y'all are not a part of our community Discord server, we did add several of the Jazzy Cat traffic packs. We've got the AI traffic pack, you know, just the, I think it's like over 344 new cars, and then we got the classic car pack, motorcycles, trucks. I think that's it. It adds a ton of new vehicles. I've heard about it amongst the community, just haven't checked it out myself. Last night I was up, I took my melatonin, and like 2 hours later I still was up, so I was like, while I'm settling down, I'll look into some more mods. Did a little config with my lighting, with the reshader and stuff. Got it to where I want it. I think we're gonna run out of gas, yo. Alright, I tried to get over. If you want to keep going, we can just keep going. I do not think you will win. The little boy didn't even feel that. Is there one up here? Let me see. Hope it is. Doesn't look like it. Come on now. Yes, it is. Perfect. Just in time. Oh, hold up. No, that's taking me around the world and back. Never mind. Come on past. Alright, so we may run out of gas. But that's okay. Yeah, we're definitely running out of fuel. We might make it, but I don't know. When it gets this low, you don't know how far the road will take you. Okay. Might just make it, Joe. Might just make it. Yeah, get out of here. Wonderful, y'all. We made it. That was close. Very, very close. 317 a gallon. Not too bad, Joe. Need to get the pop-out chat up. $292. There we go. And we're back. Y'all need a snack or something to drink? Go ahead and run on in there. We got you by the door. Man, it's been raining for a minute, hasn't it? I'm telling you. Something serious out here. It is rough. motorcycle. That's so cool to get to see in game now, y'all. I love that. Probably not. Got some things we got to do this weekend, so if where I'm at they got the game on, then I'll be able to watch it, but if not, probably not. already answered you on that, Adam. Motorcycle. Thanks, Adam. I appreciate that. Oh, I thought I had my brights on. Getting over. And if anybody's curious why it took so long to get late, or dark rather, it's because we're running the shorter nights mod. Just so we get some longer days while we're streaming. That way we can see everything, you know? Never fails me. This light is always red when we come around this corner. Oh, of course, so now you go green for me. Typical, typical. I am doing wonderful, Reggie. Hope you are well on this fabulous Friday, my friend. Hope you had a great week. Hope you have an even better weekend. We're just headed to Great Falls, Montana, taking this lift truck, brother. It is weighing in at a solid 118,500 pounds. We said that like we were announcing somebody. Just got 1,236 miles to go. There you go. That is a beautiful feeling right there. Get off of work, make it to the house, get to unwind a little bit, and then get into those weekend activities. Alright, we're gonna turn this on. Did it disable it? Hold up. Don't tell me you did. No? Let me see. Okay. The way this lighting mod's got it all threw me off. I thought when it was lit up super high like that it was on, but the other way around. And just a pro tip, y'all, if you run the snowy moon lighting, do not try and go over 100% with the scaling in game. Like before we ran this lighting, I had it at 300% scaling, but with the way that the snowy moon lighting is, it's really strong, and so when you enable it at 100% and you're running the snowy moon lighting, that's what you're getting. So you're getting your 4K. In our case, you're getting the 4K on top of all the wonderful improvements it makes. And then in the future, they're working on the SSAO. When I turned it on, I didn't have any issues, but they said that they did see that people were having a performance issue with it. Like it tells us not, well, depending on what you're looking at. It doesn't say it on the Snowy Moon post itself, but a lot of the videos that we saw on it were saying to disable the SSAO and the secondary lights, but we're running the secondary lights. There you go, Reggie. Man, it is awesome. And if you want later, Reggie, we can get together and I can show you all the stuff I've edited. Because I have added some stuff here, I'll show you. Y'all forgive me for this turn because I can't see. Hey, we did alright. We did alright. Look at that. But you'll see if you're running the preset I put in the Discord, you'll notice I changed some things. We added this just because it makes things pop a little more. The eye adaptation, just to try and mimic what the natural eye would see. I did dehazing, but that's why I said if you wanted to get together on this, because this dehazing particular filter, you've got to modify this one so it's not like super intense, because it can make it really, really dark. It's like the Vignette filter all the way up. Actually, let me see if this don't mess anything up. If I go here, I know I can get it to pop up this way. Oh, I know, game. Just bear with me for a second, alright? I know. I'm moving you through modes while we're going down the road. It's not the smartest thing for me to do, but it's okay. Oh, what are you doing? There you are. Get on over, car. No. Let me see. I'll just go slow, and when you see the dehaze one, just take a screenshot. Not it.
Go straight up. That's right.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Trying to find this thing. Here's like this. Look, this right here. Y'all don't do this. Do not try to do this. Where is it? I don't see it. Okay, hold up. I know how I can get it to pop up. You can click this and this. And this is what you wanted at these levels, if you want to mimic this anyway. Awesome. Love to hear it. Performance mode. And then with these, let's just hit this really quick. So when you see this, this is a different one. So you got sharpen plus, details, brightness, contrast, color. And there's a ton that you can mess around with, but this is what I've found to be best for me. 5 a.m. in game. I bet. Sun will be coming up shortly. Okay, so with that, I see where you got a little misled, my friend, but no worries at all. So when you select the optional mods, that just allows people to have optional mods on your convoy. Now, most people will tell you to just match up the mods that you have with the person that you're joining, right? So in this case, if they're trying to join you, Reggie, they would want to get all the mods you have, and then with you having the optional mods on there, that not only allows you to enable, I believe that also allows you to enable the mods, but, and if it's not that case, then it at least allows people to join your server with additional mods that you may not have. But that can cause issues, so I always just recommend to run whatever the person that you're wanting to join, just run what they got, and that makes it a lot easier.
Go straight up.
But you will want them to have the same mods that you have, and then once they, I'm just gonna run this, once they have the convoy pulled up, they can check the box of activate session mods, and that will go ahead and put it in the proper order, I believe, and you'll be able to go on in. And that's why, like in our case, as you know, Reggie, and I'm just saying this because I know you're aware of it very well, with the ATS mod channel that I have, that's why we posted it the way we did. That way people don't have to go into the Steam Workshop and, you know, type up interior cabin light, search, click it, subscribe, then go back to the search bar, you know, etc, etc, etc. And so it just makes it where they can click, subscribe, good. Now, with that said, Reggie, let's say, like in my case, I've got the 389 glider, I've got the cab over truck by Ruda, I've got the DLC wrecker, we've got a bunch of paid engine mods and, you know, stuff for reverbs, those types of things, cabin effects. Just because I have those paid mods, though, does not mean that you can't join me. The only thing with that is I have found getting optional files is key there if you're running like paid engine mods, that type of thing. Now the truck mods, you'll be fine. You will show up as a green box on that person's screen that does not have that truck if you're in that current truck at that time. But other than that, that'll be about the only thing. Because we've done that even on my community convoys. Before Easy got the cab over, I was a green box for him, then he got the cab over, and we're We're both fine. Good to see you again, Sim Streamer. Happy Friday to you. Hope you have a wonderful weekend, my friend. But yeah, in closing on that, Reggie, I do completely understand how you could get misled there thinking, okay, optional mods, you know, it's optional. If they want to have them, they can have them. If they don't, they don't. I can completely see why you'd interpret it that way. Okay, so on the other side of the road. Good, good. And y'all, if you're just joining us, we are headed to Great Falls, Montana, hauling this lift truck. Awesome. There you go. Now also keep in mind too, y'all, just because I didn't cover this, you do not have to have all of the DLCs and all that stuff that the person you're trying to join has as well either. So let's say in my case I've got all the SCS states, you know, and as y'all know we've got the coast to coast, all that good stuff. But we'll just use a random NPC name for a second. Let's say Bob wants to join the convoy, but Bob's only got California, Arizona, you know, and then bought Texas as a bonus. As long as we're in one of the states that Bob owns, we're good. He can join the convoy at that time. Now, Bob can't come with us to states he doesn't own, obviously, but he can be amongst the he can be in the convoy, you know, talking over the CB, that type of thing. And so that's also another thing, y'all. If you are in a situation like that and someone's not able to join you, it may very well be that you're in a state that that person doesn't own at that time. And so, just something to check out. Didn't want to leave that out, y'all. Tostitos. Man, those are some good chips right there, y'all. With some cheese dip. Oh, man. Leave us alone. We don't want to be bothered by this way station. Sir, we got to get over. Excuse us. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Happy to help you, Reggie.
Go straight on. That's right.
Sorry, y'all. I was telling my girlfriend because she came in chatting with me, but I've told her, you know, just tap me on the shoulder or whatever. Not that I don't want her to talk or that she can't talk over the stream or anything like that, but I can't hear her, y'all. So y'all will be the only ones to hear her talk, so I've been trying to tell her for a while now. Because these noise canceling headphones, y'all, I can barely hear myself talk to y'all. If I turn these all the way up, I cannot hear myself talk. And so, whenever somebody comes in the room, they can be right behind me talking to me and I will not hear them. And that's why I installed a bunch of cameras around my house. But very happy to help, seriously. If I can save y'all the headaches that I went through and that other people have gone through, it is all worth it. I know some people want to gatekeep and they don't want to give you all the tools and resources, we'll just say, to have a seamless and wonderful experience, whether it be graphics, certain mods, that type of thing, but we don't do that over here. I just look at it from a standpoint, you know, for me, I've seen videos even way back before going live for the first time, anything like that. We've all had it, whether it be a Skyrim mod list, a Red Dead Redemption 2 mod list, you know, the list goes on and on and on, y'all, depending on what you are into. But you see something, and you're like, man, how do you get it like this? And there's no links or files or anything in the description, and I'd be more than happy to link all that stuff that we have active right now, but as y'all know, if you're a part of our community Discord, it's quite a bit, so I don't even think we'd be able to put that all on the YouTube description. I think we'd max out the characters quickly. And so that's why we run the community Discord ATS mods channel, to keep that up to date with whatever we're running. That includes the snowy moonlighting, even though it's gone to a paid version, $1. I still wanted to share that with you, and if you weren't here before, I started that whole venture into the snowy moonlighting because it was free. The same night that I got the free version installed, got it all set up, I wake up the next day, load up ATS because I wanted to do a quick modification before starting my work day, and lo and behold, it told me to visit the website. There was an update, and I was like, okay, there must be a new version. And then it was paid, which I'm not complaining. I mean, I am in love with the lighting on this. I mean, huge shout out to Snowy Moon. Huge shout out to the Project Realism pack as well, hooking us up with those wonderful reshader packs. Because we've got the reshader preset that I shared with y'all, which is a separate reset. But the cool thing about those other presets, the Legionnaire is another one I really like. The Ragnarok is pretty good. It's minimalistic, but really nice. I recommend taking the ambient light off if you copy the NVIDIA filters I have, just because that ambient lighting is a bit too much. JBX, nice. Yeah, I've heard things about it. I've seen it. I was even seeing on the Snowy Moon, people were comparing it to JBX and stuff, which I thought was awesome because that's a huge compliment to Snowy Moon, just because they're not making you pay, you know, $60 to get into it. And for me, that's just one thing I have a little trouble with, because we do like to run community convoys and that type of thing, and it is a mod. So Snowy Moon you put in within the game, so it's there. So like, you could join me and you don't have Snowy Moon, but you could join me, right? I'm not saying that you don't have it, you could have it, who knows, right? I'm just saying as an example, anybody could join me and not have Snowy Moon. However, if you don't have those JBX mods, then you're not going to be able to join me. And I don't feel right trying to tell people, hey, yeah, I'd love for you to play with me. I'd love to have a ton of people running in the convoy with us, but just pay a ton of money for this graphics mod real quick for me. That's more than the base game is at full price. That is a little hard for me to justify. And that's no shade to Juan, the maker of JBX, but it is just the reality of it, you know. But I think with this and the NVIDIA filters, I think you can get a lot of bang for your buck here. Paired up with the right weather mods and all that stuff. You never had that issue with teaming up? That is good. Sometimes people can tag team and not necessarily have to have it. I've just always ran it from the way I do my community convoys. I just have everybody run the same stuff I have, and I also like people being able to have access to the stuff that we have, and that just goes back to my original point. When people come in and like, hey man, what mods do you have? I'd love to have that. I don't want to. Like, yep, here you go. And it's a huge debate ever since, even from my understanding, since 1.50, that a lot of people aren't feeling like that stuff's needed as much anymore as it used to be, you know, years and years ago when JBX came out. And I know that they're improving, implementing, same thing with PNG, Snowy Moonlighting, etc. But that's what's also super cool to see, that the game just keeps progressing, y'all. It is so awesome. They keep on making those little improvements. I did see that steel loading too, y'all, in the 1.56. That is sweet. What's going on, Eugene? Good to see you, my friend. You doing good tonight? Love to hear it. And while we're on this topic too, y'all, I was looking at another guy, that Simuverse channel, and he just posted one. I think now it'll probably be a day old, but at the time I saw it, it was like 20 hours or something like that. And he's got this really nice preset that he does, but I think it may be a paid preset. But it looked really, really sweet. If I message him, I'm gonna see what the details are on that. I couldn't really find anything on it, you know, as far as somewhere to purchase it or anything like that. I think you just got to message them directly, but I'm gonna see about that preset, you know, pairing it up with our Snowy Moon lighting and stuff, and see how that turns out for sure. may think it's small sim streamer. I think the world of it, my friend. And that's not to slight what you're saying there. I know what you mean, you know, compared to somebody having 100 people, but I've said this before and I'll say it again happily. The way I look at it, like right now, we got 6 people. Just a second ago, we had 7. If I had 6 or 7 people in this room with me right now, this room would fill up. You know what I mean? And so I just look at it from that standpoint. I always have. Whether it's 1 person in here, 2 people, 3 people. Look at it from those people sitting in the room with you. And it kind of changes your perspective a little bit. And trust me, I know y'all we're all used to seeing at this point streams with anywhere from a couple people to hundreds of thousands of people, you know, so I truly do know where you're coming from there. I just didn't want to be like, oh yeah, we've got a small community here, because I think the world of it. And that's not coming from a place of ego, honestly, y'all. It's just, I'm extremely grateful for all of you, and I really do just see it that way of like 7 people in the room with me. That's a lot of folks. Reggie, you absolute legend, my friend. You are officially our first long hauler, brother. Goodness gracious, you're a legend for that. Look at that. And I have said this before, but to everybody that's supporting us, please, y'all, especially if you're a part of the membership, if you're just at the truckers table tier, please still use, like Candle Lady did too, rightfully so, use that long hauler thing, and that's why I made it accessible to everybody, is because y'all especially, y'all were here. We did a 7-hour stream, and y'all were here until the very end of it. I cannot thank y'all enough. Truly, y'all are absolutely fantastic. Y'all are legendary, seriously. I feel extremely lucky to have met y'all. I know I've said it before and I'll keep saying it. I really am. Y'all are fabulous people. Goodness gracious. Whoa. You are awesome, y'all. Goodness gracious. Goodness. Thank you so much, Candle Lady. Y'all go above and beyond. Seriously, just y'all showing up is more than enough for me. As y'all know, because y'all hang out with me for the duration, as I say at the end of every stream, you know, whether you just lurk in the background, whether you chat, I appreciate you just as much, because it does help. You know, I'm not just saying that to say it. Whether it be watch hours, liking the stream, that type of thing, it does a ton for the channel. I really do appreciate it, Reggie, and that's kind of the way I see it on my end of things, at least if I'm being honest, is y'all hang out and watch my stream, and there's tons of different streamers with all types of different wonderful setups and communities and all that stuff, right? People that have been doing this a lot longer than me, but you know, what can I do, not only aside from my personality and, you know, obviously that sets each person individually apart, right? But on top of that, you know, how can I pay it forward to y'all to thank you for hanging out with me? Not only doing giveaways, but, you know, whatever I can find and improve on my end, whether it be giving y'all different mods to choose from, you know, reshaders, lighting, you know, etc., etc. I like to try and do that. As we are still growing. And I think I'll always do that. I don't think that'll ever change. but we will just continue to get to implement more things. Like as the things grow, I'm wanting to do like membership only live streams and all that type of stuff, membership only videos, or to where members get to see it earlier than, you know, public. It goes public. I've been looking into that as well, and I think with the snowy moon lighting and the mods that we're running, I think we have a good spot for it. I've just been so busy, y'all. It's been hard. And then so depending if I'm debating rather, like, oh, should I just go ahead and make a video right now, or should I go live and hang out with the chat? You know, it's difficult. It's like I'm gonna go hang out with my community, you know. Reggie with the $3. Look at that. The fist bump. That is awesome. I appreciate your kind words, Adam. Seriously, my friend, I do appreciate you all. Because I know sometimes we keep it kind of chill and more on the trucking ambiance side of things, but that's just me gauging the best I can, right? Because I'm not a mind reader by any means. I'll never claim to be, but you know, if the chat quiets down a little bit, which is not a problem, I'm not complaining about that at all. Because right, it happens. People got to step away. People get busy doing things, making dinner, whatever, right? Or hey, I'm just trying to chill and listen to the truck type of vibe. I try to be accommodating to that. Now, mind you, as you all know, if you come and chat with me, we'll yap all day. I don't care. That's one thing I can do, y'all. I can yap. Y'all are absolutely awesome. Oh man. I'm just be real, y'all got me a little emotional. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm just really grateful, guys. It means a lot. As y'all all know, like, huge shout out to Candle Lady and Reggie. They got their own channels, and Reggie's got an awesome series going on with that. Just and all of y'all, with your own personalities and your own takes with the game, and that's what encouraged me to get into it, even coming into it later, right? Than compared to some of the OG ATS streamers. But it's that. It's whether you have a certain truck, paint job, you know, different style with your truck, different personalities, it all allows for us to have space within the community. And the lady said, I'm focused on the views. Reggie said, oh goodness, y'all are awesome. But yeah, but like I was saying, like, you know, you start these things from just an idea, you know. You just have an idea of like, oh, I'd like to go live. I'd like to find some people to play the game with, hang out with while I'm gaming, because I was doing that. I was putting a stream up, or you know, a couple hour long haul of a video or something, and I just have that playing in the background. That way it felt like I was playing with somebody. And this is before, you know, I got into convoys and all that stuff, just because we've talked about this before, just in case anybody's new. I started on a cloud-based gaming service, so there was no messing with the config file. There was no putting in mods within the mod folder, nothing like that. It was all Steam Workshop, and that was it. And now we made that thing a beaut, I have to say. I had people come and be like, man, your truck's looking better than mine, and I got a paid truck. And I do not say that to slight anybody, because I'm in a paid truck as we speak. I just say that as a compliment, and also to let others know you don't necessarily have to have everything paid and all the most extravagant, etc., to have a wonderful experience, and to also have, you know, high fidelity textures, mods, whatever you want to call it. Go up here for a little bit, y'all. That rain, how long has it been raining, y'all? I mean, goodness gracious. Okay, don't do this right now, okay? Let's not do this. Because my brakes are very, very low sensitivity. And it's already worse in the rain. Man, where are you going? Okay. Thank you. While we're in this third person here, I'm sure y'all noticed those little bubbles in the sky, is the best way I could put it. So I believe that that was actually tied to our vibrance setting. So I turned that down and it's gone away for the most part. I haven't seen it. So just a heads up, y'all, in case you mess around with that and you put it to what mine was yesterday, you may run into that issue as well. Absolutely, Candle Lady. And that's what's so neat. You know, you'll see a lot of streamers, like for me, it's like every time I get off for the night and, you know, I'm going on TikTok, whatever, my whole For You page is full of streamers and stuff. And it could make you think almost like, oh man, there's too much, too many of us, but that's so far from the case. I can't believe that the channel's grown as quick as it has, y'all. I mean, to get over 500 subscribers in under a year, to me, that's huge. So that, Reggie, is a wonderful question, because I was wondering that, how I have this camera on this truck, but I didn't have to add that cabin one. Let me see, quick, I'll get it for you, because I have it on this truck. I added that mod. You are correct in thinking that. I did add it for a minute, but then I realized it's the same one I've already got, so it was like two of the same one. It was a little weird, and so I took that off. Let me see. Up, here we go. Copy. Oh, can I do that? Let me see here. Oh, that's just the text. Go back here. That should take you right to that file, Reggie. I just DM'd it to you. But it's that new cabin. I appreciate you, Adam. You're legendary for that. I got faith we will. Just with how amazing it's been on this wonderful journey so far. And I think that's what's been super fun to me, is that it doesn't, as far as like getting excited to go live and hang out with y'all, it never goes away. Like, if I have to take a day off or something like that, it eats at me, y'all. I'm like, I'd be hanging out with my chat right now, hanging out with the community. But you know, when you got to, you got to. But I'm glad that I still feel that way. Hey, look at that. That's the Jeep truck. I haven't seen that one on the road. Whoa, that guy's hauling a motorcycle. All this new traffic packs, and if y'all are wondering why I'm sounding so animated about the traffic, it's because we had the Jazzy Cat traffic packs. So there are hundreds of vehicles, like literally hundreds, that I have never seen before on the road. Phantom fireworks. How are we on go-go juice? You know what? It's a love, so we can go ahead and stop. Thank you, Candle Lady. I'm going back and just reading stuff after we got off the road here. That's why I was stuck. Thank you so much, y'all, for all the kind words. Truly, it means more than I can express. And I know I yap about it, but I don't do it justice. I really don't. Y'all should hear me when I'm off mute. And right now, my girlfriend's running errands with her niece right now. That's why she came in. She was letting me know that they were heading out for a little bit. But best believe when she gets home, I'll be giddy like it's Christmas morning, you know? It's an amazing feeling just to have people show up and want to hang out with you on a regular basis. Like, that in itself is awesome. Because, you know, as we all know, we can be our own worst critics, you know, like, I've told people that many times, like, you think you can come in here and troll on me or make me feel bad? It's like, buddy, I took care of that all by myself. You know what I mean? Won't work here, but I think every person, if you have like the dream of it, or you want to go live, I tell anybody, like, do it. Same thing like with Easy. If there's something he's debating, I'm like, man, you should. Now I understand if, you know, your schedule and your commitments and things like that do not allow for you to have the time and things like that. That's a whole different conversation, right? Like, I'm a man with no children, you know what I mean? I don't have those type of commitments, things like that. So I have a lot more free time, right, at my disposal than many other people. So I know that there's factors, but don't ever think that, you know, like, people, you know, like, your personality's not good enough, you're not cool enough to go live, none of that. Like, get all of that out of there. Get that imposter syndrome going. Have me as your background. That's a different level of commitment right there, Adam. Different level of commitment. I love it. I'm honored. $734 for 204.55 gallons of go-go juice. Not bad, y'all. Y'all need something from the loves? Go ahead and run on in there. I need to get something. Oh, actually, no, I don't. Because my girlfriend brought me this drink right here. Look at that. Oh, Reggie. My brother. Let me help you out. Let me see it. Right here. If you go to keys and buttons, this, no matter the truck that you got, Reggie, you can do this. You know, as long as, like, and when I say doesn't matter the truck you got, that's also kind of paraphrasing off of our conversation yesterday, also stemming from off of what Candle Lady and I were talking about with her Peterbilt as well. But let's say you're running the base Peterbilt. Obviously, it's got airbags. You can lower that down. Now, there is another setting, y'all. So just to go ahead and preface with this. After you reach a certain miles per hour, it's going to go back up just by default. Now, there is a config setting. I have not changed it just because me personally, I like to ride back at the normal height. I don't want to be riding super low. As y'all know, we go to Mexico and many other places, and with that elevation changing and those bumps and everything like that, do not need that trouble. You know what I mean? So I go ahead and let that thing rise back up after we get to a certain miles per hour. But let's say, you know, we're cruising through a truck stop, or we're just on a small back road or whatever, and we're not getting up to speed. You can cruise, you know, lowrider style. Just after you reach that threshold, it will go ahead and just start raising back up. And so that's another thing. If you are messing with it and you're going fast and you're like, why is it not going down? That is why. And don't feel embarrassed about that, Reggie. I've had people come in chat and say, you can roll the windows down. And I only say that because of how they put it in my chat. No shame at all. There's so many keys and buttons in this game, which is an amazing thing to have, but it's also very easy to overlook something, you know. Very, very easy. I'm just going back up a little bit here. Y'all are too kind, seriously. Y'all are very, very sweet. I appreciate it. But y'all might take that wrong. You know what I mean? Not sweet. Y'all not sweet like that. Just kind. You know, heartfelt. But I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be maybe a minute. It happens to the best of us, Reggie. Happens to the best of it. From what I understand, too, I just saw this, actually, as well. Just saw this the other day. But apparently the way a man's eye, like men's eyes, it's the reason we overlook things that are like right in front of us. There's something about it. And then it was something, and I'm not trying to, you know, put us all in boxes or nothing here. I'm just going off of what this little podcast clip went off of, okay? So don't come for me. I'm just saying it says for women, that's why they're able to see things, you know, and be a little bit like, here, it's right here. That's why your keys are on the desk next to you, but you don't see them. And that's the excuse I'm using. You know what I mean? I'm the one with it. Reggie said, don't you start now. Listen, don't you do that. Don't do that to us. What a... Let me see. Wish I could pin all these and keep them up there all the time. I'll look into that setting. some more 2-force. See if there's something I can do, because I'd like to keep that up there. Alright, Joe, it's time for us to roll like a pig splat. Let's go. I'm going back that way. Alright, well, if y'all not gonna go, I'll go. No sense in us waiting around. Oh, that's a pretty tree. It certainly is. Right, Candle Lady, we need one. I mean, it's been raining this whole stream, y'all. It has not stopped raining. It's just raining and raining and raining. I don't know. Usually it simmers on down. Oh, I got you. I'll get you the file. Here, hang on. It'll take me just a second. I just sent it to you. All you're going to have to do is click that, and you will have that file. Go ahead, Candle Lady. Take the wheel. I am not familiar with that, Adam, to be honest with you. From my understanding, I believe it's just on PC. And I got mine from Steam. Reggie, if you're in a big sleeper, that could be it, possibly. But another thing is if you're running the cattle trailer, this happens to me. If I'm running the livestock trailer and try to use this camera, it's blocked by the trailer. So that could also be it. It could be the trailer you're using. So I'd recommend trying it without a trailer first and just see, you know, what's it like default, just to give you an idea there. You are all good, Reggie. Right? We just had to talk about it for a minute, Candle Lady. Then it came back. But I was right there with you, Reggie. When I was using the cattle trailer for the first time and tried to go to this camera, I was like, what in the world? What is this? Now we got our sunny days back. I love when it rains too, though. I just felt like it had gone for a minute. That was a big old storm. I have never seen that police vehicle. Oh, another, oh my goodness. Thank goodness we're doing the speed limit, y'all. I thought that was another Smokey. I was about to say. I was like, goodness gracious. Back there, that was a Charger. The state trooper. was in fact a charger. Uh-oh. Little truck that could right here, y'all. Road work coming up. Man, it's so awesome seeing those motorcycles. It's just a neat addition for sure. And getting to see all these vehicles we have never seen. Like, look, we got the Ford Taurus right here. We got the Chevy Colorado. What's that? The Nissan. Oh goodness, is that a Rogue? Oh, the old school Nissan Frontier, the legend right there. Okay. And I'm having fun just finding new vehicles. That's a trip. Oh man. Let's stop staring. Oh, the BMW. Oh goodness. Going left. Oh, there was a old 60s Camaro that just went by on the other side of the road. Oh, Impala right there. Uh-oh, they got in the wreck back there. That is fire. That is awesome. Never seen this before, yo. 10-4, Adam. Take your time, my friend. Hey, truck, stop. Look, they shouted us out right there, yo. That's what I'm gonna tell myself anyway. They put that there just for us. That's it. Oh, I love it. Oh, wow. Look at that. Great job. Oh, sorry. I will happily swear for a scenic view. I will go ahead and tell y'all now. We like to keep it pretty moderate most of the time, but a good view is a good view. I've been thinking too, y'all, one day when we can all get in a convoy together, we should go to the greatest truck stop, you know, the one in Iowa. That would be sweet. I appreciate that, Candle Lady, I really do. Just because, as you know, I do it quite a lot, so it is nice to know somebody appreciates it. And I'm not just doing them for no reason too, y'all. I do post them in our ATS truck pics as well as use some of them for thumbnails. I do wait a little bit to see which ones I'm going to use for thumbnails at that time. I am going to start I'm going to start posting the one that I'm going to use in the truckers table, just so y'all get kind of a preview before we go live as well. And then I'd like to go ahead and post a good chunk of them. I'll flood the truck pics channel here soon. Couple 100 miles head start. Oh good, you got it. I'm pretty chill, I won't lie. Even in convoys, I've had my share of people join us, like Area or Jeremy. He can drive fantastic. I want to preface with that, give my brother his roses, as they say. But at the same time, he is also the best driver. Also, if you need somebody to clear a path for you, because he will take out traffic no problem. And I think, Kendall Lady, y'all get along, you know what I mean? Y'all be two peas in a pod, but with that, if people drive on the slower side too, or let's say they don't have a super strong engine in the truck, I don't mind just coasting either, because I'm really either or, y'all. Like I have fun driving fast, you know, when we're hauling cattle or, you know, hauling a lighter load, but if we're doing the heavies and stuff, I do try to stick a little more realistic, right? Not pushing 90 miles an hour, because this truck will flip on us. I don't have my stability very stable. It is very low. It happens, Kendall Lady, truly. It happened to me the other day. I just could not get right. Could not. Made me think of the Life movie. Can't get right. But some days it's like I feel like me and the truck are one, and some days I feel like everything's against me. Now I did find out why that was the other day. It's because my wheel settings, like we were talking about earlier at the beginning of the stream, I had to reset those again. It was like I had no power steering, yo. So I had all the stiffness in the wheel, but let's say for the truck to go back, you know, the wheel to go back to center, I had to do that myself. And with 1800 degree wheel rotation, tell it to all the OG truckers back in the day that did it. But that's for the birds, Jack. You know what I mean? That was not it. Oh, this turn is a something, you know? Look at that. I see y'all trotting on through the fair. Did you turn yet? They got a competition on Sunday at 3 p.m. Y'all, we're gonna have to go. We gotta win this thing. Candy apple, I got you. Oh, we got the ice cream truck right here too. Let's see. They got ice cream cone. What are y'all? What? I don't even know what to make of that right there. I regret I stopped. I don't even know. What is that? Oh man. Been parking over there. It is. It's right off the side of the road. Got us a market right here. Got a pizza spot. What's that? Pizza Go. Can't read what's over there. Can't make it out, Joe. Yeah, it is cool they had the fair and stuff from the local areas. Laundromat over there. They got a GameStop in here. So Adam, I know that you've been asking for, you know, like several different possible ways to do it, but if you have a computer or even a laptop, if you've got one and you've got good internet speeds, you know, pretty stable, I'd look into a cloud-based gaming service, because then you could play the game without needing a super high-end PC. That is one option out there. Wow, this is pretty, yo. Adam, my friend, that is the third time you asked me that question. But I do not think I will be, just because I've got some things I'm doing this weekend, and then when I'm not doing that, I'm going to be live hanging out with y'all, so that is my plan for the weekend. Plan is going over to my girlfriend's parents' house, hang out with them. Gonna go to Lowe's, get some more plants, do some more gardening, and then be live with y'all. That is the plan. I'm looking forward to it. That was cool. There's that moose. We saw it yesterday, y'all. We watching Florida State tomorrow. Nice. 3:30. But yeah, Kendall Lady, I should be live at the usual time, no later. But hopefully, on one of the days, either Saturday or Sunday, I'll be on earlier than normal. But I would be sure to keep y'all posted on all that. Hey. The town hall. Look at that. All good, Adam. All good. We appreciate you hanging out whenever you can, my friend, or whenever you want to. And this road is sweet. And the skybox, it is beautiful. See you later, Adam. Have a great rest of your day. If we don't see you over the weekend, have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for being you, my friend. Looking around to see if the northern lights are going to pop in. I appreciate you, Adam. We certainly will. My camera's off, yo, my bad. You just had to look at a frozen shot of me. Come on, come back, camera. Come back to us. I thought this led into there. Oh my goodness gracious, invisible wall. Please don't do that. I've got the no barriers mod, so usually we don't run into this. Alright, yeah, this wall is like really round right here. That's what I'll do. Do this, this, this.
Finding a new
Goodness
route.
gracious. All because they wanted to call us into the way station. Look at that. What in the world? Where y'all got us at? Let me look and see if I can find one real quick. This is optional 5 camera. From what I'm seeing, unless this is a different one. I don't think it is though. Yeah, no, that's the one I sent. So it should be number 5 for you. Can you cycle through them? Tell you, I was looking through those files real quick. And I thought the same thing, Candle Lady. We had nothing but air and opportunity around us and visible wall. And that just rarely ever happens to us now that we got coast to coast. It really opens stuff up. Even the ones that had barriers, they're removed, so you can go past them, but eventually you're just gonna go into nothingness pretty much. That was definitely a surprise. Alright though, at least you get to cruise on this road. That was a cool spot. I've never been over there before. And understandably so, I don't think I'd ever go this far out of the way to go to a service station, but it is very cool nonetheless. Alright.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Right. Yeah, why ain't you writing anything down over there? Come on now, Yoda. Supposed to be working as a team over here. Oh, I see you tired. Alright. I got you. Busy watching the road, I see. Okay. Right. I'm with you. All good, all good. Just make sure you get that filled out in case we get pulled over, okay? DOT wants to look at that logbook. Yeah. Yeah, there's gonna be questions. That's for sure. What's going on, Adam? It happens, Adam. I get it.
Go straight up.
Well, I'm glad.
Go straight up.
Yep. I remember you.
Go straight up.
And they got the audacity to call us in here a second time. The nerve of these folks here, though.
I'll find us.
154,372 pounds, y'all. Heavy, heavy. Perfect. Able to get my camera going again. 1 second, Joe. Now we just got to reset all my settings. 1 second, Joe. Little picnic. Nice. Love to see it. 10-4, Candle Lady. Be safe out there. Yeah, I appreciate you, Candle Lady. Y'all are awesome. Cannot say it enough. I've seen that truck before.
And then turbo.
Oh, neat. Oh no, we're a little late. Goodness. Hello. Happy Friday to you. We're just going to pick up our next load for the night. Got 47 miles to go. While we're here, might as well fill up. $3.47 a gallon. Thank you so much for all the likes. Yeah, they're awesome. Huge shout out to Reggie and Candle Lady for donations today and upgrading the tier. $655 for 188.6 gallons of diesel, y'all. I'll be right back, y'all. Alright, y'all, I am back. Sorry about that. Was trying to get this file really quick for Reggie so we could get his camera situation fixed. Actually, they sent him the wrong file. Awesome, y'all. No, it was just the wrong camera option. I think that one's for the La Montana Mountain Road one. Swap that one out and you should be good to go. Truck wash, y'all. Coronado right there. Anytime, man, anytime. My bad on sending you that wrong one. Hey, that's one of them all-terrain cranes we haul. Almost did one of those to start the stream today. Why is it? I do not like that sequential shifting sometimes, Joe. I not see nothing. You want us to go the other way? I feel I need to fix his posture. He gonna be hurting. Oh, right. Oh. There we go. that exit is backed up over there. Goodness. Exit 0. One second, Joe. another yellow truck, y'all. Sorry, my girlfriend just got home, y'all. Her and her niece had some fun errands around. They went by Spirit Halloween. Came home with an inflatable. It's awesome, y'all. This little pumpkin with a cat that pops out. Very fitting, very fitting. Talking about Spirit Halloween, y'all, that just got me thinking. Is it true that Spirit Halloween is also going to be doing Christmas stuff this year too? Or no? Have to look into that. I'd heard something about it, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Gotcha, Richie. Oh, good. It just got me thinking about it. She went by there. You may know. I'll have to ask her. When she comes by. She's in the living room right now. I didn't lean the seat back, yo. When it got extra comfortable back here. Got the bypass on that one. What's going on, Easy? Happy Friday night to you, my friend. It is going wonderful. Hope you had a good day so far. Were you able to get that stuff sorted out, bro? Or are you still having trouble with it? Lean the seat up. That thing leaned way back. It's been a rough one. Oh no. Been migrating all day. All through. Car clean. Cleaned up back patio. Some projects. for some projector TV. I'm messing with the headache of this computer for the last 3 hours. Oh my goodness. Man. Well, first off, I'm very sorry about your headache. Hate to hear that you are dealing with a headache, man, still. Man, this bums me out, bro. I can't even lie. And it's not your fault. Just because we get the new lighting, all that good stuff. Get ready to try that out, and then that monitor issue happens for you. Goodness. I gotta be honest, I feel like the computer may be contributing to it a little bit. You know, just as much frustration it's bringing you. I know how that can get. It's different when you're enjoying yourself on a game, right? Blood pressure's down, all that stuff, you're good. But man, that stuff starts to get to you. It can get rough. That's just from personal experience. And I know that you have tried everything, bro, and I'm not acting like I'm gonna say something you don't know, but did you try out those different ports that we were talking about that you told me about? Obviously, I don't know what they are, but just because I remember you said it was after you moved you like had moved some of your equipment. So I wonder if it's something to do with that. I don't know, man. That's just so weird. Man, I can only imagine. My heart hurts for you, bro. And every day I've been optimistic, you know, like today I sent you those, you know, the stuff about the ATS mod channel. Like surely today's the day. You know? I'm not coming with no negative vibes with it. And still, man, goodness. Not like that'd make a difference, but you know what I mean. Every day I'm just trying to psych it into working. Because I know you looked at the graphic settings, the control panel. I'm not sure. Try to uninstall as well. Goodness gracious. Oh. It hurts. It's only bad when, you know, you have tried everything. It just seems like there's no solution. You know, because if one thing doesn't work, okay, we'll try something else. Okay, we'll try something else. But then once you get to the end of the line, it's like, okay, well then what is it? That's never fun. Right? Something's got to. And I know you went through that whole list But did changing your display and stuff in the config file do anything at all? I know that you showed me, you got it to some point, you know, some different change of ratio on your monitor there, but monitors, we should say, but that is so strange, man. And it's also strange that it's only that game that's doing it to you as well. I imagine you probably already tried deleting that config file too. No bueno.
Keep right. And then, you know it. Continue straight on. Go straight on. That's right.
Do you think it could be one of your ports have gone bad? I'd even try maybe changing the HDMI cords. They've even got HDMI adapters you can buy. You know, worst case scenario, you could try that as well.
Go straight on. That's right.
I got you. Have to be all 4 ports, so that'd have to be bad. I was just wondering if it was like, you know, one, even if just one was messed up, if it might mess up the way it scaled on your monitor. I wasn't sure. I don't know for sure. Just brainstorming over here, but it's just strange because you didn't change any setting on ATS or anything like that on your computer when you moved it. But then once you moved it, it went all bad. Yeah, man, and I'm a little in the dark on it too, just because I've never ran triple monitor setup like that. I've run double monitors. Like, we're doing that right now. I'm running for work, etc. But even with ATS, never triple. Absolutely, man. I'll keep looking and trying, because that's no good, man. I hate that for you. And Easy, I just sent you another thing about it. There's a couple other things in here that we didn't possibly see before, I'm not sure. But worth a shot, I think. I'll be right back, y'all. Wow, that is pretty, y'all. Hey, Reggie, I saw that clip you put in there, man. That is awesome. I am very, very happy to see. It is looking great. We're just having a ball. You know what I mean? We're not even worried about the destination. Okay, the journey is the destination, as they say, my friends. You know what I mean? We just going with the flow. I really didn't think the job was that close to done already. That was quick. Don't mind us. I just heard your route guidance is now finished. All right. Now this is a spot. We're not skipping no parking. Y'all got us all the way over here already. We're gonna do it. All right. Wonderful, y'all. 760 miles. Only took us 17 hours, 54 minutes in game time. Used 129.5 gallons of diesel, or go-go juice. Gained $85,366 and gained 1,955 XP. Let's see what they got here. Okay. Look. Heavy. Nothing. Alright. Oh no, man, you are all good. We're just cruising to our next pickup. Enjoying the view, my friend. We're just cruising along. No way, man. Yes. Gosh, now I'm upset that I didn't say to check that first. You can change it to always launch that way as well, Easy. I will... I think it's properties. Go to the game and then properties and then it'll give you an option how to launch. I can't remember that one off the top of my head, but do a quick search, I'm sure something will pop up for it. That way it'll never happen to you again. Because I know that had to be a doozy. Right. I am with you, my friend. Oh, it's back there. wrong button. A tight spot right here. Wood right there blocking us. Who decided to put that pallet there? Need to know. Must know. Yeah, but everything else will be fun for you. Compared to what you had to do. Alright, well, flip this around. I'll take that. That's fine with me. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I'm so glad that resolution thing is done though, man. Goodness. That makes my heart happy right there. Can't have your first 3-day weekend like that. You know, finally having Friday off too. Go that way. We could not have that, my friend. We could not have it. QB5. I kept trying to see how I was going to read that. You know, I like to give nicknames. I couldn't really come up with one there. B5. Reminds me of BB8. There we go. I just came up with one. Scenic 5.
Now you drive safe.
Very vaguely. I think I've only seen parts of it once. The robot movie. All right, we are off, y'all. Sorry, I had to get adjusted. Even the sidewalk looks wild, y'all. Like, wow. Goodness. I got you 1 second. Let me make sure. Okay, so from what I found right here, Easy, it's saying to go to the NVIDIA app and go to settings and ensure that the NVIDIA overlay and game filters are enabled. Ten four. Now real quick, Easy. Do you want the... If you go to the ATS mods channel on our Discord server there and scroll up past the traffic packs, there is the snowy moon. If you want it, you don't have to have it, but if you're wanting that, you can get that. But you do want the Project Realism RAR pack that I put in there if you are wanting the reshader. So if you're wanting to add the reshader with the presets, you can do that. And I say that because I did change some of these up. If you want a screenshot, each one of these, Easy, I know you're seeing it now, but just to make sure it's clear on the stream here, each one of these is a different filter. So we got sharpen plus, details, brightness, contrast, color, and that's it right now. Go back up here, and then we'll just go down slow. And that's for the NVIDIA filters. The CHR quality any is also in the Discord ATS mods folder. The one that you're going to want to pay attention to as far as what it shows to edit it will be this one right here. And you want it to be this if you're wanting to match up what you're seeing here. Obviously you can play with it on your monitor, but this has been a good starting point just because it's really intense. You can see how far down I have it. It was all the way up, so it's pretty an intense filter, or whatever you want to call it. This is the one that you'll really just be messing with, and then this one a little bit. And then just in case you do get the lighting, I gotcha. If you want, what I'd recommend, easy, screenshot it on your phone. You can crop it to that section. So instead of the whole stream, you just enlarge that one little spot of the screen. And that should do it for you. But this is the color temp. This is if you're going to run it at 100% scaling. Instead of running it at like 300, you know, in game, it says to only run it at 100 with the snowy moonlighting. And then for the interior light with this John Ruda truck, I've got it turned off. I just wanted to cover all that just in case. Yeah, goodies. You can just go back to that. Just see, it was probably around the 5 hour, anywhere between 5 hours and 10 minutes into the stream to right now 5 hours and 16 minutes. Just go back to that whenever you need to, my friend, and you will be good to go. And just so you know, to activate them, you just go down here and you'll hit this plus sign. If you hit the plus sign, it adds it to your activated filters and you're good to go. And to delete them, you'll just click on this filter. You see how it lights up, and then you see it gives you that option. Just in case you add one you do not want. So you do not have to launch the game from that. I mean, you can the first time if you want, just to try to get it to pair up. I don't believe I had to do that, but if you want to, if it gives you that option, you can go for that. But just so you know, for the future, I just click on the desktop shortcut I've got on my computer and it loads up because I've already got that, you know, to launch DirectX 11. I'd also recommend Easy, just because I know I know we've had talks about your drivers and all that stuff. That NVIDIA app that you installed, that is going to make it a lot easier. And you can go to the driver tab and you can hit the install, and then it's going to give you an option between custom installation and express. And I always recommend just do express because it leaves everything that you've got in place and just updates things as need be. That could also help you out as well. And then I do recommend whenever you do a driver update like that, I would just do a restart of your system just to make sure everything loads properly. Just because that'll give you all the benefits of the latest updates for the game. Not the game, but all the drivers and stuff, which do in turn play a part in how your game will look and feel. Yes sir, absolutely. Just want y'all to have the best experience possible, my friends. Just the best one. Gots to have it. Looks like trailer problems, y'all. Oh, good. G, we are running a couple different ones. We're running the snowy moonlighting that just came out. We're running a reshader. And we've got this one. Got all this stuff, and then we're also running a bunch of NVIDIA filters. And easy, don't worry about this one because I didn't even add this one. This is just sharpening my image just to get a even more pristine 4K image. So you don't got to worry about that. And this is not the new 1.56. This is 1.55. From the post I saw, Snowy Moon's still working on 1.56 right now. Yeah, but now easy, if you want, you know, for yourself, you'll see in your NVIDIA control panel when under your resolutions settings, you can upscale that a certain percentage, whatever, you know, your system allows. And so it scales it up and then back to 4K for me. You're about to test the beta version? Nice. It seems like it's going to be awesome, y'all. I'm really excited for the full release of 1.56. I got to read some more of the blog, but even just the new steel loading is going to be sweet. Oh man, I'm so excited about that. Anytime we get some more dynamic loading, always excited for me. The more live animations we get. Brings that immersion more and more. This is a cool road. Nope, I got my 40 series right before the 50 series came out, Mob G. And when I say right before it, I mean the week. It was like a couple days later. I remember I talked with my family about it. I talked with friends. It was so funny. And so I was like, I'm just gonna stay with this, and I'm more than happy with it. It is awesome. Speaking of graphics, I just saw somebody with a 4090. They were doing a 8K thing. They upscaled it on their card, and it looked pretty good. I checked it out. Oh wow, look at that skybox show. Got the filters copied. Settings, reshade is next. 10-4. Right, 100% Mob G. We feel the same, my friend. I feel like, and for me, you know, I don't feel like, you know, we're on copium by any means, you know, as they say, but like for ATS, my Skyrim mod list, I can do, like the one we're about to do is about to be 3,500 mods. The one before that was 3,000. And we're also running a Red Dead Redemption 2 Enhanced Edition 2025 with a bunch of mods on there, all 4K textures and all that good stuff. So I feel like for everything I want to use it for, I'm more than happy. I feel like I can't ask for more because I come from very humble beginnings. I'm very new to PC gaming. And when I even started this channel, we did a cloud-based gaming service. You know, we didn't even have a rig strong enough to really play the game like that. We just had a strong internet connection, so we made it work. But now we fast forward all these months now, and the channel's grown to something just way beyond my imagination, and we're able to run a pretty powerful rig with a ton of cool mods. I'm really happy with it. But MobG, just so you know, I'm not trying to pressure you to get over there, but just if you're interested, my friend, we do have a community Discord server, and with that, we have a channel dedicated to all the mods that we're running. Even up to the most current ones. I just added the Jazzy Cat traffic packs. We added several of those, the bus, the trucks, the classic cars, the AI traffic pack, which like that one alone is 344 new vehicles, y'all out on the road that we get to check out. And that's been a lot of fun. I've had a lot more fun with that than I thought I would. But such as the Weather 16K, like the skybox you see right now, that is due to it. And that's what's really cool about the Snowy Moon version right now is they don't have any custom skyboxes set, so we kind of have free reign with that. So I'm running a realistic rainwater and thunder sounds mod. That one includes like over 40 high quality recorded thunder sounds, overhauls the water, all that good stuff. So y'all feel free to check it out. We do not gatekeep that stuff. Hey man, MobG, Red Dead has been a blast to get back into. We've been doing the story mode, and honestly, I know some people in the community are fed up with me, but we have not been on there in quite some time, but we've been taking our time in the story mode, still in chapter 2, and we've got well over 100 hours logged in the story mode. Just been hanging out, fishing, trail riding, doing some hunting. Sim 4. We appreciate it. And by the way, the community, because we got some amazing people we have had the pleasure to get to meet. Yeah, there's tons of good stuff in there. And just so y'all know, just a friendly reminder, if you do end up using that Grimes early fall mod that I put in there, do not use any other skybox or rain mods or anything like that, because that already overhauls it. Same for road textures. Just a heads up so y'all avoid a crash there. We were running the Grimes fall, but wanted to try my original mod list out. Right, that's exactly where I'm at, MobG. Exactly where I'm at. I don't wanna go get Arthur diagnosed and all that mess. I'm not with it. We took forever to go do that mission. I didn't even want to, but because we're streaming it, at some point you gotta start to move it along a little bit, but we have not been rushing it. I do think we've only got like 1 or 2 missions left in chapter 2, but again, once we go back, we're just gonna do a bunch of trail riding, fishing. I've also had a lot of fun doing some ambiance streams, you know, just letting those run overnight. I haven't been doing those in a while either, but that's because I've been off stream. I've been working on just trying to get ATS in the best shape I can get it. Also checking out the Skyrim mod list that have been coming out on Nexus, which led me to go even deeper on ATS. That's how we ended up with the snowy moonlighting and all that jazz. Y'all, we have hit 555 subscribers. That is an awesome number. Thank y'all so much. You all are legendary. Huge shout out to Kendall Lady for their wonderful donations. Reggie for upgrading his long haul tier as well as donating today. Thank you to everybody that's liked, chatted in the stream, or just hung out in the background. Y'all, I appreciate you all just as much. Cannot thank y'all enough. It truly is a blast getting to come in here and hang out with y'all. Even if we're just chilling and we're not chatting, we're just going down the road. I really look forward to it, y'all. I had to take a screenshot of that. That was awesome. Oh wow, Mubg. You should try it out. That is awesome. Having the motorcycles in the game is sweet, man. I tell you. The UI is just the Yara pack, and we've got that in that ATS mods channel. Acronym Yara. Yet another route advisor. they got tacos. Look at that. $3.87 a gallon. If y'all need something to drink or a snack, go ahead and run on in there. They got taco burritos. No Mob G for that one. I can tell you in just a second. It'll be the motorcycle underscore traffic underscore pack underscore buy underscore jazzy cat, and then version 6.5.scs. Discord won't open up on my PC right now. I'll probably have to do a restart later, but once I do that later on, I'll edit that and put that in there. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot about that. I believe there's one that's def. Pay attention to the parts that say .def, as well as I think there's one that doesn't say Jazzy Cat. You want the one that's 161, 180. The first one there, easy. Absolutely. I was trying to think how I made my decision on that. There should have been one in there that said something about like a SCS.def. I know they're all SCS because they all can go into that folder. They had some different names in there. And that's why instead of like the motorcycles.scs one, I didn't do that one because I was like, I don't know if that one's just like the base one. And so I just went with the by Jazzy Cat. I was like, I'll do this one. See how it goes. Loaded in the game and they were there. I was like, I'm happy with that. Now I do know the sound for it. The sound on the Jazzy Cat is for 1.54, so we don't have a sound for the 1.55. I added the RT one that is, but I didn't want to show that to y'all because I didn't want to throw y'all off like, hey, it's 1.54. You're all good, man. You are all good. I know it's confusing. I was confused too. As soon as I opened it, I was like, what? I was like, why are there three of you? We got 23 likes, y'all. Thank you so much. Alright, y'all. Take a quick stretch break and then we're gonna finish this trip up. I'm really happy with the length of the streams I've been able to get in here the last couple of days. It's been nice. They've been flying by too, y'all. They've been a ton of fun. I'm getting to, you know, play with the new lighting and all that stuff. Even when I say play with the new lighting, like the filters and changing the temps, all that cool stuff. It's been a lot of fun. y'all. 114, 344 pounds. Wrong time to read chat. It is on me. My bad, Joe. We saved it though. No issues. I'll take that all day. But I got you here just a second, easy. So the reshader, that Project Realism pack, you want to go to the ATS mods channel, easy. Scroll up until you see the definitive Project Realism. That one is the one that if you go ahead and download that, once you extract it, go in there and you're going to see a folder that says something like reshade plus something. Once you go in there, you're going to see the reshade setup. You can click on that, get that going. Read the stuff in there because you'll want the presets, and I even linked I put the pathway because you're gonna need to make a new folder for that reshader. So you can just copy and paste that into your folder or into your, document, whatever. You should be good. But just so you know, the $1 one, easy, is the one right above that. That is the Patreon link. And then you'll see the preset part right there underneath the definitive Project Realism. That's also an important step, a part of the reshade preset. So what you can do, go ahead and get the reshader set up. Select the ones you want. For me, I think I just did like the standard, maybe plus the one below it. Then it'll finish the setup there. From there, that's when you're going to want to go to your Steam. Go to ATS, right click it, browse, manage local files, or you can just do that copy pathway thing like I said. So right click it and extract all. Do you have WinRAR on your computer, Easy? If you don't, go ahead and get that installed, because I think that's an issue on your computer end, not the file. See, for mine, I just went to my recycle bin real quick, Easy. It's showing up as a WinRAR archive in mine, not a notepad. So something may not be set up properly on there. I'm not 100% certain on that. But that is the exact one I used to get it downloaded on mine. I know Reggie got his set up as well. So it will work for you, my friend. You got it perfect. I know we get it sorted. I was going back just to make sure. See, you know how it showed up on mine? Because I know that motorcycle one, that one showed up kind of weird. There was like the icon and everything on there. That got me double thinking. Or second guessing myself, I should say. Now you may have to click on that thing a couple times, Easy. You'll click on it and then you'll see reshade plus reset plus shaders. And then you'll see the reshade setup. You can click that. Go ahead and get that set up. And I always recommend, my friend, whenever you're messing with the mods and stuff, I always recommend just go straight to that download spot. That's where I've had the most, success to keep it seamless. I do get wanting to just do it quick like that. That makes sense. Right, don't create that folder yet. Easy. So set up the shader first, like I was saying, and then go back in and put that in. I'm going slow for you, don't worry. Like I said, just go set up the shader first, and then let me know once you got the shader set up, and then that's when we're going to make that folder for you. You got it. Just like the game. You can do the standard one. You can just hit the standard. If you want, you can do the one below it, like the legacy or whatever it is. I don't believe it's necessary, but if you just want to be safe and get those top two, you can. Sorry, I was talking to my girlfriend. She had the Xbox controller. She was getting on the Series X, and one of the controllers was hooked up to the PC here from when we were customizing the trucks. But now that you got the setup done easy, you just need to go to you can either copy and paste from the ATS mod channel, or you can go to Steam, you know, right click ATS, manage browse local files. And that is when we are going to make that new folder. That's okay. So we can still get to the same thing. If you go to your Steam, go to ATS, right click it, manage, browse local files. When it takes you there, you should see a bin folder. Let me know if when you get to that, again, it's Steam, ATS, right click, manage, browse local files, and you should see a bin folder. If you see that, click on it. Awesome. Now that you're in the bin folder, the Win64 one is the one you want to get into. So click Win64, and then once you're in there, this is where we're going to make that folder. See, now you're going to see a list. It'll say plugins and all this stuff. You're going to now make a new folder. So you'll just right click, or no, you don't even got to hit right click. You can just hit new and then folder, and it'll make a new folder in here, and just name it Reshade, and it can be lowercase, it don't matter. Perfect. Now once you've got this new folder named Reshade made. And this is the part I've got to add in here. Most people that do the Reshade, from my understanding, are kind of familiar with this as far as messing with presets. But I do need to add this in this other part here. Because now what you're going to do is, there's a tutorial and all that stuff in there that you can read. But because we're doing this like in real time, makes it a little different. You're going to hold Control, and you're going to select the Reshade Any, the Reshade Log, and that Reshade Shaders. And I'm going to send you a screenshot of what my folder looks like. Now it is going to have the presets and stuff in there, but don't stress about that because we're going to get to that. I can't even do that because my Discord won't pop up right now. Okay, that's okay. We can work with that. So again, you're going to control just, and you're holding the control because this allows you to select multiple things at once. Just for full transparency. And again, we're going to select the reshade.any, the reshade.log, the reshade preset.any if it's there. If it's not, that's okay. That'll be in the presets. I'm just making sure. If you see it there, you can select it. And then the other one that you need to select, the other final two, is the dxgi.dll and the Reshade Shaders folder. And you're going to paste all of those. And what I'd recommend is you can cut it. So you'll hit, instead of copy, cut, and then paste all of those inside of the Reshade folder that you made. Hang on, I got an idea too. Oh, that's blurry. Now again, I just sent it to you easy, just so you have it, brother. Because I know this is a lot. Trust me, I know it's a good bit of steps.
Now you drive safely.
But all that preset stuff you see, like the CHR quality, the Scenic style, the Legionnaires, the Ragnarok, the RDR2 Extreme West, all that you can ignore. But you need that reshade.any, that reshade.log, that dxgi.dll, and the reshade shaders folder. You want to put all of those within that new folder you made, my friend. Once you can cut those, put them in your new folder that you just made. That is when you're going to go in there into the presets and take those presets that are in there. And that's in that preset plus shaders. And that's where you're going to get the reshade shaders in there as well. And just, I know this is kind of jumping ahead, I'm just going over it for you so when you get there, because I know we're getting close, once you go into the presets again, where it shows presets plus shaders above the reshade setup, you're gonna cut all of those, paste them into that folder you made, and it's gonna ask you if you want to replace, and you do, for the reshade shaders file. It's just gonna modify some of those that are in there, and that way the game will read it properly. Bill just yanked at me. Those are very nice. Angry little wheel. You know, I'm about 7 hours into this stream, and I'm feeling like what we should do. Been putting that trailer in the middle of the road, missing all that traffic. Gonna back her up. Sorry for my voice, I'm about to drink some water. I know you don't. But like I said, you're not gonna have them just yet. You're not gonna have that many. Did you hear when I was telling you which ones you needed again? Let me see if I can. Hang on, I got you. I got an idea. We're finna highlight these jokers, brother. Let me see. This. This one. Oh my goodness. Why are you being like this? Do this one. No. Yeah, this one. And then we want this one. Perfect. Now, nope, this is not even the right color that we wanted to check. No. You went too far, brother. There isn't picture film. gonna let me. He's gonna make me do it. That's alright. One button. There we go.
Turn left.
There it goes. Taking his time, wasn't it? See. Come on now, I was hoping you had something for us here. $139 miles. Absolutely not. I'm at
Finding a new
Saltorifield,
route.
so I was making sure. We're gonna get it easy. Sorry, I've just been trying to make that easier. And I am going to add these. I'm going to get a better screenshot. Right now I'm having to use Discord on my phone easy. That's why I'm having this. Mustang. See what you did, Toyota? Let's take some damage. Good truck, though. Didn't even leave a dent, y'all. Good to see you again, Candle Lady. Sorry, we're working a little bit in the background, helping Easy get his first reshade and all that stuff set up for ATS for the first time, which if y'all have done that, you know it can be a bit of a process, so just wanted to make that seamless, which also helped me narrow down more pictures I'm going to be adding to help make this fully seamless through the ATS mod channel. Because what we've got in there right now, it'll get everybody started, but I did intend to be helping people right now until we got those remaining screenshots we needed. To also just going through it again with people helps me be able to word it better in that ATS mod channel. Make it understandable. He's like Easy was saying, he's like, man, this is confusing. It definitely can get a little daunting, but it's not impossible at all, y'all. It's just making new folders and messing with reshaders and all those presets and things. That's the tough part. The snowy moon part's not even difficult. That's what I was telling Easy. I was like, the snowy moon part you do, that's like 3 files. You just pop those in there. It tells you exactly where they go, and you're done. Load the game, mess with the lighting, get it how you want it, and you're good to go. I just said, Candle Lady don't know nothing about it. It can get a little daunting, but don't y'all worry. I am more than happy to help everybody get it all set up. There's a couple files I need to make sure that you got as well, Reggie. I'm gonna send you a picture too, but I think you're good. There's just a couple of them for that reshade, but if you watch the video for it, like we were talking about, probably already got it. But Easy was just working strictly off of me, so it was all about how I did it. I'm gonna stop in there. Today's been awesome, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I cannot thank y'all enough. I know we had a kind of a quiet period. I was just trying to hone in and get that settled. And for a minute, I didn't know if we were going to keep going. But after I kept y'all waiting there for a minute, I was like, I'm definitely going to do another job. I'm going to just have y'all waiting around for no reason. That's for sure. That's why I was like, all right, let me just try and get him set up with all these wonderful reshade and all that good stuff, and then we'll hit the road. It has been a blast out here today, y'all. I'm still blown away by just what a lighting pack and a reshade can do for you. You know, for the game, it's amazing. Are you talking about in the game? Where are we at? We started in Evanston, Wyoming. We're gonna go. Well, not wanting to show us any city names right now. Here within a minute, hopefully. But I can tell you we're headed to El Paso. We started in Evanston, Wyoming. Wrong button. Here we go. It's gonna be a little off just because my alright. Over here in Moab, just left Price. Then we're gonna make our way on down. Oh, hold up. For it. Okay, I was just making sure. I didn't want it to pin something and then take us along the way, y'all. Do not need that mess. We don't need it. Not at all. guess if I'd have been a little more patient, y'all would have figured out where we were at. These road signs, but I didn't see anything coming up on the UI, so I was like, we'll just pause it real quick. Don't take but a second. For 7 hours and 35 minutes, y'all. Just a little light work, you know. And we can't say that because we have done some 14-hour streams before. Oh, that's cool. A Home Depot van. A Louisiana billboard. So ready for Louisiana to come to the game. Oh, it's gonna be awesome. And we got it technically right now in the game, but ready for SCS to release it. That is gonna be sweet, y'all. Have y'all had a chance to work on that convoy situation yet, Reggie? What do y'all got going on up here? Got some motorcycles out here. What are they towing? A boat? Nice. I saw they stopped, so we went ahead and took our opportunity. If y'all are wondering what that knocking is in the background, that's my girlfriend hanging up a gallery wall right now. She loves to do it. She did it at our last place. Ran up our steps. But I went in there earlier because I was honestly gonna wrap up the stream quite a while ago. And this is at like 10 o'clock, y'all. It's like 12:30 in the morning now, but at like 10 p.m., even a little bit before that, I went in there. But the reason I said 10 p.m. because the second time I went to check in there to see if she was still working on it. She had all the picture frames and stuff laid out on the ground. And figuring out how she wanted to lay it out. I was like, I will leave you to it. There you go, Reggie. Love to hear that. That is awesome. Sounds like a good time indeed. Oh, Reggie, you had an experience out there, huh? Goodness. Sounds like quite the time. Sorry, I was talking to my girlfriend. But that is the best way to have it right there. All on tape. As y'all know, that's how we do it here. No hiding our mistakes. Oh, look at that.
awesome, Blaze. We are very excited too. It's gonna be awesome having a ton of new players join us out there on the road. It's been hinted at for quite some time now, so super excited to finally see it get announced that it's coming. And that's coming from somebody, Blaze, that was mainly a console player up until about just a year ago now. I played, you know, the Alaskan Road Truckers, the Farm Sim, all that good stuff, and I've wanted to play this game since 2016. And fast forward, here we are. But yeah, y'all are gonna love it.
I know, Reggie. I was chatting with Easy. I'm gonna show him this part real quick, so I was taking this opportune time to do so. But yeah, I see it. But so this is the one you're gonna edit, Easy. And what's your menu show? When you're on the main menu, it should say something, I believe, for you to be able to open it up. And once you have it open, you want to uncheck the performance mode to make edits. And then if you want to take a screenshot, the only one you're going to be editing is this dehaze one. All the other ones, you'll just check it, make sure this one's checked, make sure this one's checked, make sure this one's checked, and this one. And this is the only one I've modified, which is the dehaze one. The opacity. Make sure this depth sensitivity is wherever you want it, because I did mess with that. This one I left alone. And these two. I did check this just to be sure, because obviously we're running that wonderful weather 16K. Not wanting to interfere. I appreciate the brief delay there, y'all, but we gotta go. Let's ride, Clyde. How are we on go-go juice? We need some? Yes, we do. Go ahead and stop up here. 10-4. Beautiful. And now this part, easy. I'll go through it again real quick and just screenshot. Oh, hang on. Sharpen plus, details, brightness, contrast, and color. You can slow down 0.25 if you need to, my friend. I know I kind of swiped a little fast on that one. Because we did change that up from the screenshots I sent you originally, easy, because we did that new reshade preset and all that stuff. Changed that up a bit.
Y'all are legends for getting us to 25 likes today. Thank y'all so much. It's one of our highest like streams, period. In over 8 months of live streaming, y'all. Cannot thank y'all enough. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much, Candle Lady. Sorry, I was just with my girlfriend. Y'all did. Y'all really came out the gate just flying. Donation. Reggie upgraded the tier of membership. Then donated another $3. It's not just that, y'all, just from all the chatting, the likes on the stream. Vibe today have just been awesome. But those donations definitely lit a fire underneath me. Just kept me going easily over this 8-hour period. It really is an honor to get to hang out with y'all. Get back over safely. It's been a ton of fun getting to share the different mods with y'all, from the traffic packs, the snowy moon, the reshader, all that good stuff. It's been a blast, y'all. The lady said, who, you? Oh, you'll crack me up. Drake said I'm in the middle. Drake said, you know, the average person would think after a time this settles down. You know, this comes to a settling point during the convoys and stuff. But no, it doesn't. I was just thinking that. Just when y'all think we're just chilling late night driving. Ow. Oh man. Now the question is, y'all, are we gonna go 3 for 3? being able to be low on diesel. Get some go-go juice in time or not. Hopefully something comes across our path shortly. Right now we're in the middle of nowhere. Civilization up here. Give us something. Yes, perfect. We're going 3 for 3 on this one. Look at that. Okay, wrong button. Oh, goodness gracious. This is what I get. That's okay, watch this. We're finna do an infamous move we have not done in a very long time, y'all. It's been a minute, so here we go. Y'all should have saw the one where we first got the Iowa DLC. I reversed up the entire ramp right here. Fuck, don't hit me. Now the trick is, please don't let there be anything right here. Yes, we got really lucky. Last time the traffic was all backed up and I had to just reverse the whole way. That's alright. Just add to the laughs now. I know you're recomputing, okay? We're recomputing. Why didn't you recompute for me earlier? I needed my own personal recomputing. Y'all, welcome to ETS. I know it was a quick transition, hardly noticed, but here we are. And back to ATS that quick. Well, gotta be careful, y'all. If you blink, you might miss it. You're 100% right, Easy. Yeah, they don't give us enough go-go juice when they come and refuel us. Lots of money, takes up time. We don't get hardly any go-go juice to get going. All right. There's something we have been talking about for a minute, y'all. We brainstormed a lot during our Convoy podcast, our Convoy TED Talks. And people too in chat. There's so many good ideas, you know, and we just need the right monitor to make it happen. You know, it's like same thing we were talking about, yo, with getting pulled over the other day. Back Road Runner was talking about that, like no high-speed chases. Easy's brought that up before, like being able to get pulled over, or even be able to kind of RP it, you know, get us some police vehicles that people could drive, and getting convoys, somebody could be a state trooper, kind of line up along the route, whatever. And you could make that even feasible with hopping around with just by using the dev console. That could be something there that you could even do instead of being like, oh, well, how can I get over there to monitor the speeds and stuff? Well, you just dev console go to. that car on over there and you're in there. Alright, $908 for 262.4 gallons of go-go juice. Let's go. But that would be awesome if they like make it to where we could use the wrecker. Easy like you're saying, where we just pull up, grab them. That'd be so awesome, man. Gosh, that'd be cool. Like, really hope they make that a feature. Cause I know, like, yeah, we could just fast travel the service station or whatever, but it would be awesome to get a real player to come and pick you up. So sweet. Right? I'm telling you. It'd be so much fun. We gotta get that in the game. But I think that may also fall into how, like, they don't want certain brands don't want their trucks shown all beat up and stuff. I think that's why you don't see the actual physical damage on ATS. Just from certain things I've heard, so that may tie into like the high-speed chase thing. Like, oh, we don't want to do all that. very nice ride. Sounds like a great time. Happy Friday to you, or Saturday rather for me. I love it. I love that seriously. Peterbilt makes it, cat shakes it. I did not do that easy. It is weird. I'm gonna send you some files easy once I get off of here. I gotta restart my computer to get Discord to pop back up. Once I get that, I'll send them. Maybe that'll help you out a little. 259 and 379. Nice. I am. Not bad, y'all. 989 miles. Took us 23 hours and 14 minutes. Used 205.5 gallons of diesel. Made $128,172 and 2,959 XP. Denton, Texas. That is awesome. Right. We got them set. You just can't see it. You'll see it when we turn it on. You can hear it if I release it though. So there it goes. It shows it from the bottom right. Bonehead Truckers is an awesome channel. We got that one on the dash is Ari, based off our Norwegian Force Cat we have. This is Yoda right here, who looks just like this. He's a cow mane with heterochromia. He's got one green eye, one blue eye. And then that symbolizes Tyrion, our Siamese cat we had. But they don't have any Siamese cats, so. They're so nice to each other. Hey, ample room, ample room. Well, alright, my wonderful folks. I think this is what we're going to call it for today. I'm glad you're getting them, Brian, because Bubbles is my guy. But with that, thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. Whether you just showed up, had it with me today, you just hung out in the background, I appreciate you just as much. Huge shout out to our channel members, Gaming Ain't Easy, the Gaming Candle Lady, Reggie, the Bodyguard. Thank you all so much for being you. Cannot thank y'all enough for all the support y'all have shown the channel. I hope y'all have a fabulous rest of your night. I will see you all tomorrow. We're going to have some wonderful weekend streams. Hopefully we'll get easy and some other folks in for the community convoy this weekend, and we will have a great time. Ed, good to see you as always, my friend. Hope you had a wonderful week. Hope you have an even better weekend. I appreciate the kind words, Reggie. See you for the next shift. I'm telling you, that's how I like to do it. If I got the time, I like to treat it like a whole job. It's fun that way. Thank you so much, Candle Lady. I really do appreciate you.